Hey, Filippo. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to get rid of that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Adam. It is a GUI. It basically replaced VimWiki for me. But it still allows for that Unix level portability of files because it's all based off of files and directories. So like, it's a GUI overlay, but it doesn't actually keep my files in anything other than plain text on my own file system. So you could easily just toss VimWiki into this if you wanted to. Or not. I'm a rather big fan of it, to be honest. It does. Yeah, it has a Vim mode. Right. I think it's, yeah. Not plugin, it's editor. Vim key bindings. You can run macros and do Vim keys if you want to. Well, for note taking, what kind of note taking are you doing? Because there's a million and one note taking apps, and just like programming languages, it really depends on what you're doing. I think Obsidian's pretty awesome, but it's geared more for those who are doing like Zettelkasten or linking files. Even stuff like writing fiction or stories, I think are. My sister was telling me about some website called Campfire. It lets you do like a timeline and then like links to different things for characters. But at least for like, I know a lot of D&D dungeon masters are using this for certain things. But this is like really meant for Zettelkasten people trying to set up, ZKs. And it's really useful for that. Or people who just want to see their VimWikis visualized. Like for instance, if I open up another window here and then I open the graph, if you want to see all of your stuff visualized, this is a really great way of, messing around with that stuff. But yeah, depends on what you're doing. Hey, Devin. Runes. What runes? What runes are you missing? Adam, I don't know how great the Vim mode is because I honestly just turned it off. I'm starting to get more annoyed by trying to use Vim mode in some of the editors than just using straight Vim. Because sometimes switching when just the copy and pasting and messing with clipboard issues is just annoying. So like I turned it off in VS Code. RStudio I still keep it on, but in here I just turned it off. It was just more annoying than anything. Hey Chris, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I haven't heard of Campfire before. My sister was telling me about it. I think she uses it for writing fan fiction. Experimental psychology, note-taking from research papers and data analysis. Yeah, definitely check out Obsidian then. You probably already heard of Rome research. I actually have a scheduled video. I already scripted it. I just haven't shot it yet, but coming out soon, I'm going to be diving into the PKM field and talking about like the whole sphere of Rome and Obsidian, Zettelkasten, that type of stuff for PKM. I'm getting into that soon, but my personal take is I choose Obsidian over Rome for several key factors. I mean, there's a lot of overlap in their functionality, but as far as like what I liked out of it and what really made that decision for me is that one, Rome is a completely only web app. No mobile app, no desktop app. It's completely web app. All the information is stored on their servers, and they do have some like own custom syntax, but I mean that's actually not a deal breaker because there are plenty of ways of converting their syntax to other formats. But it was mostly just the fact that I wanted my files on my system, so my locally hosting my own files, everything being plain text files. In this case, it's Markdown. And then the option to cloud host or not. I don't want the application or the people to be looking at my information. So Rome, it's on their servers. They can do whatever they want to it. Who knows what they're doing, if they're doing anything with that data. Obsidian, it doesn't send any data unless you explicitly want to like do some sort of syncing stuff, which is a paid feature. But like, I don't do that. I just host the stuff on my own cloud services, which you don't even have to do. You can have it all stored locally if you wanted to. It's just a directory with a bunch of files in it, and then Obsidian just looks at it. That's all it is. A couple dot files for configuration, love it. You can customize the entire theme with CSS. It's really like modular and customizable. A lot of the things are probably, across, like you could probably do Rome, a lot of customization the same as Obsidian, but mostly the main, if I had to say boil it down to one or two key points, it's that the files are on my local system, not on the cloud, and Obsidian is free. Rome is not free. Rome is pretty pricey, actually. Just based on those two alone, I was already choosing Obsidian. There's a bunch of other things. I'll be going over all of this comprehensively in some of the videos I have planned, but we'll get there when we get there. But I would definitely say check out Obsidian, stick with Obsidian, try it out. If you like, if you're doing a lot of like literature notes, Zettelkasten is awesome. I've just been deep diving into Zettelkasten and all this stuff for several weeks now, and it's what I'm doing. I take my literature notes, synthesizing them into atomic notes, structuring them and linking them to other existing evergreen notes, and then filing them away for serendipitous, thoughts and writing. Oh, you missed my runes in my status bar. Yeah, I still have that script. I mean, it still works on the iTerm2 terminal emulator I have. This editor could take an option to open the current file in Vim. Obsidian is not FOSS. Right now, they are free, but they're not open source. But the reason is that the developers are on such a quick iteration cycle for new features, for development. It's still a beta, is that they don't want to take that initial, they don't want to slow down to bring other developers up to speed, and all of the requirements, documentation, workflows, and training that it takes to set up the open source audience around a repo. They might do that in the future, but right now it is currently not open sourced, but it is free. Yeah, I got a couple of videos planned for Obsidian, several actually. It's gonna be fun. I really enjoy Obsidian. What was I doing? Yep, I know. Kind of the opposite of where I started with my channel, but you know what? I'm not hating it too much. Eventually, I will have my own custom arch build, but... Oh, there's a lot of people who want to contribute to it if it's open source. A lot of people are making plugins and custom themes for it right now, and then eventually there will be a plugin API that they're going to develop in the long term. For right now, it's just a bunch of unsupported, unofficially supported plugins, but it's awesome. There's so much stuff that goes on with it that I'm actually pretty happy with the way things are going with it, but hopefully, yeah, they do open source it. That would be nice to have it open for contribution. Yeah, Rome is extremely pricey, but I think they're going for that. I mean, I know I'm using a MacBook now, but they're probably going for that like elite, hipster vibe of just like, we're better than everyone. We're the Apple of note-taking applications, which, they did place themselves really well for that because they kind of do have that rep now. Obsidian, at least, like Rome you can use it's on anything because it's a web app, but Obsidian, it's not a web app, it's a desktop app, but it's also on any OS. It'll run on Linux, Mac, or Windows. I have it on Windows and I have it on my Mac, and I haven't even opened my Linux machine in a while, but it'll work on all of them. I know, Adam. I know. I cannot spell. I cannot think of the word. Org, like org mode. Oh, impaired. That's the word I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, that was a video that a group of guys made for my business. I just put it up because somebody in the Discord actually wanted me to post it on my channel, just to show like that I do more than just software. But thank you. I just got another order a few minutes ago, actually, for a bracelet with some runes on it. Getting... What's going on here? I haven't tried org mode. I think one day I might try Emacs, mostly just so I can try ESS for R. Emacs speaks statistics, but it's not on my short-term roadmap, I guess you'd say, for my skill acquisition list. Long-term, maybe. Thanks for that. I do make simpler things too, like belts or bracelets or wallets. Not like super complex wallets, but I made my own wallet until I got a really nice thing. But I actually, I made my own wallet for a while. I was using that for a good long time. But belts I'm actually making a sheath for a hand and a half sword right now. Emacs in general, just the key bindings on yeah, the international shipping kind of hurts. I think as a base charge for my international shipping, it's like $14, even just for small items, just because no matter how small it is, it's still like $14 just to get something overseas. But it's pretty much a blanket. Like, I pretty much just charge 14 US dollars just to ship it internationally, and I think I usually just, if it's a big item, I haven't had something shipped big enough that it was really necessary to like offset anything, but I kind of just like, if it's more than $14, I just eat that price, because it's not like I'm not making a large amount of money off my business for the leatherworking business, because I'm not really paying attention to it too much. I'm trying to build all of this digital stuff. So, I mean, it's kind of just like a fun thing that pays for itself. I basically spend all that money that I make from that on other things to do leatherwork better. So. Resources for this, the Obsidian forums, the Obsidian Discord. There's a lot of pinned posts in the Obsidian Discord and in the forums. Absolutely amazing. And then what I was actually going to do on stream, I'm currently on a tangent of fleshing out a note that's going to connect to the note I'm currently working on, is I have literature notes here for the book How to Take Smart Notes. This is one of the go-tos people are looking at nowadays to getting a more informational overview on Zettelkasten and how Nicholas Luhmann did it, and that would be this book. This book is awesome. I read this in like a day and just took lots of literature notes on it. This is awesome. So definitely check this one out. Super cheap on Amazon. I will get you a link here. 1 second. Smart Notes. Yeah, I really loved the book. I finished it in just a day. Even just taking comprehensive notes by hand. Super awesome book. Definitely recommend that, and then I'll get you some other resources here in a second. But let me see here. How to take smart notes. So there's a link to that. Let's see, what else? I have a Zettelkasten page in here. No, okay. What else did I use? Oh, yes, there is a website for Zettelkasten. I think it's just zettelkasten.de because it's a German domain. Because Nicholas Luhmann was German. So yeah, it's just zettelkasten.de. Post that for you. I watched a lot of YouTube. There was this one really good channel that I got, excuse me, some meaty info. I don't know if I can find that, though, easily. Let's see here. It wasn't that channel. No, I don't know who it was. Oh, here we go. Actually, yeah, I found it. Great. It was this channel. I got some really good meaty terms. Yeah, Zettelkasten is, I think, Notebox, Slipbox, something like that. I should know. I took 3 years of German. I just can't remember a damn thing. Let's see, what's the actual translation? Let's see, the actual translation is, looks like it's just file card box, card index, something like that. Oh, Adam, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I am not a competent web developer at all. And when you want to have, the potential expansion of maybe offering products and services on that website, having to deal with all the backend stuff, like I said when I even bought this computer, I don't have time to spend to figure out and tinker with all those things and not have it be done correctly. So at this point, I'm paying the money and using the service so that my life is then made easier. And I'm not 100%, dogmatic about free and open source software, at least not right now. But at this point, I'm not too concerned with that stuff. I'm just trying to get all of this stuff up and running first, and then I can refactor all of it as I see fit when I can get there. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I've used Hugo. And I think I might have used something else, but I did use Hugo because I made a blog website with R Markdown in the blogdown package, and they use Hugo for that. And I did mess around with that, but I wasn't too big of a fan. It was like, yeah, it gets out of your way and just lets you put stuff up, but it was like a little complex just to figure out how to do minor edits. But I also, to be fair, I did not really take too much of an in-depth look at it. But yes, I have tried some of that stuff before. It just wasn't really for me. And I like how polished Squarespace is, and how, even if it is like a drag and drop type of thing, that's fine. I'm not a designer. Even if I was doing it all from, the web stack myself, I would not make a good looking website. I'm not a designer. I like to think analytically and put pieces and things together, not necessarily decide like, oh, that shade of cornflower blue is the one I should go for my theme there. Effective ways to combat. How to order above. How to order. Oh, sorry about that. If you're talking about my leather work, I don't have that on my my main domain, just because it's completely separate from most of what I'm doing. So it's not like coding or digital stuff. It's just, my hobby/craft. So I actually have that on Etsy. I've been on Etsy for my shop for like 5 years. But that's where, if you wanted to place an order, it would be on Etsy, not on my actual domain. And I'll get you that link. Okay, actually, I need to do. Give me 1 second here. I am trying to fiddle with some of this stuff. Yeah. Just expanded traffic. Okay. Etsy. There you go. Oh, I posted that in too. Huh? Sure. It's fine. The lady's got a business now. So now I am her tester. Let me feedback. Maybe expand the cutoff time, 17th to 18th, a little bit farther out, so that you have more time to run it. I ran mine too long. I was doing like a month, maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks, really?
I don't know.
Really? A lot of people that was thinking.
Then you can always just like continually remind people about it through your stories on occasion, every few days. I have all my files in a Google Drive and would like to connect them with the corresponding notes. For Google Drive, I don't know if that will work. What I have is I have all of my files, because I'm already on Mac, like I already had iCloud for some photos, so like I just have all my files in a folder in iCloud, but that folder and all the files are also on my local system and they just sync back and forth. So what I do is I just point Obsidian at the directory that holds all those files, and when I change them with Obsidian, they are changed in iCloud. But as far as doing like Google Drive, I don't know how that would work. Yeah, Nextcloud, Google Drive, OneDrive, anything that sort of like lets you have the files on your system locally, but then syncs them with copies into the cloud service, it's just anything like that, it should work just fine, just because you're looking at just files. And with Obsidian, it's like once you have those files in a place on your system, you just go to Obsidian, open a new vault, and point it at the directory that has those files. That's it. What was I? Yes. Time blocking. Combating executive function impairment. Yeah. Living off a calendar with time blocking for those tasks. Have you ever had to deal with vegans for my leather work? Have I had any issues? No. Do I have some vegan friends who don't really like what I'm doing? Yeah. But I mean, everyone has always been civil about it. It's like, oh yeah, I don't like that you're doing that, but I wish you'd do something else to be creative. And then I just say like, okay, cool. I'm not a vegan, so I mean, I don't want animals to be tortured either, but we still eat animals and the skins are left over. So, I mean, ultimately, as long as we had better practices for how to treat animals that we eat and actually, not be cruel and inhumane to them, my ability to do leather work would not be hampered. So it's not really up to me to improve the situation. It's really up to like people to actually legislate that animals need to be treated better and subjected to better conditions. Either way, if they're dead, their skin's not going anywhere else, so I could use the skin. So, not really a weird question. I have had conversations before, but it's not really a big issue for me. Okay. Okay, so that's executive function. Now if I go back, neurology, ADHD. Philippo, believe me, I get it. I have lost so many days to playing with this application, but I have a video I got planned. It like comprehensively going through every plugin, all the different types of functionality, how I've been hacking on it, and like ways to embed YouTube videos, podcast players, articles, web pages, PDFs. Running scripts on the files because it's plain text files. Like, oh my god, the stuff you could do with this thing. It is, believe me, I have lost hours and days myself. Get some sleep, but yes, dive into it. It's a blast. But I have a lot of videos coming out on it too. So if you're not subscribed, there's the shameless self promotion. Subscribe because I got videos coming. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Dang, Adam, where do you live again? It's only like 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. Right on. Always good to have other research-oriented people around. So that'd be neurology and also psychology. Oh, nice. Oh, Adam, you're one of them. I actually have a weird amount of people who follow my channel that are from Germany. Like, it's weird. Like, it's the US, Germany, and I think India are my 3 biggest traffic points. I mean, predominantly US, but a large amount are actually from Germany. So that's cool. And then I guess in your case, it's either Guten Abend or Gute Nacht. I don't know what time it is there. Was ist die Zeit in Deutschland? Yeah, I probably wouldn't classify executive function as neurology, because it's not about the physical structure of the brain. It's more of a psychological construct, I guess. Okay. Oh, yeah. Both of you guys, Italy and Deutschland, you guys are both late at night there. Well, if you guys are off to bed, thanks for joining me for this brief moment. It's not decent, believe me. I took 3 years in high school, and I barely remember anything. I wish I had paid attention better so I could be, like, fluent. I'm not. I am horrible. But I did like German class. But I do want to learn Norwegian, which has about the same kind of similar structure. Same structure as, like, talking, which I'm sure you probably already know, duh. But, yeah, it did set me up for success when trying to learn other languages with that type of structure that's not like English. But I did like German. But hey, thanks. Ich liebe Deutsch. What am I doing? Executive function, defined, yes. Talk about it. Ways of chunking, yes. Okay, so that one is actually done. I need to open that, though. Yeah, I totally get that vibe because like when I was looking at some of the Norwegian words when I was messing with learning it on Duolingo, I was like, wait, this is structured similar to German if I remember, because it was like um, I have eaten or I have eaten the thing or I don't even know how to like talk about the structure in English. But yeah, it was very similar. I was just like, wait, oh, this is structured the same way. That's really interesting. Yes, this is okay. Yeah, this is what I was working on next. So this one is limited supply of willpower. Mm-mm-mm. Swamp German. That's really funny. I need to modify meta. Tags. Okay. Ultimately, I'm hoping I don't have to stream on YouTube anymore, even though I did just get monetized on YouTube. I do like Twitch better for streaming, but right now I just stream to all of the places for reach, pure reach. But most of the people that watch seem to be on YouTube. Yeah, ironic, isn't it? One of the funny things that about Obsidian is on Discord, it seems like almost everybody in the Obsidian Discord is like some sort of academic, a researcher, and or has ADHD. It's kind of hilarious that this is the type of thing that, you know, people with it gravitate to. Because I'm really like, I love digging into like task management and research and organizing systems and system oriented thinking. I'm not sure if that's related to exactly to the disorder itself or if it's just, you know, me. But I think it's hilarious actually. But I think I'm a little bit better now because I'm actually taking medication again. So it helps me get a little bit more done than I was before. It is on some, the dual streaming. Twitch, if you're an affiliate, I think they only want you to stream to Twitch, and then you can like upload to YouTube later, like a day later or something. Or you can just stream on just YouTube or like that type of thing, like where they don't want you doing it on both places at the same time. But at least for Twitch, I don't know about YouTube or if they have any other rules against that. I don't think they do. But for Twitch, anyways, they do if you're a Twitch affiliate. I'm not an affiliate yet. I don't have enough of followers on Twitch, and I don't. Yeah, I'm not there yet. When I make affiliate, that's probably when I'll make the final switch over to Twitch. But until then, it's kind of just like, no, I just want people to talk to in the stream. I want it actually to be an interesting stream. So right now, I'm just going everywhere for the time being. I'm not really a big fan of Restream.io. very much. And just like the tools for Streamlabs and dealing with Twitch, I would probably prefer to just do one platform, which is Twitch. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do YouTube once. I mean, now I can actually like accept super chats and other things on YouTube in the middle of streams, but it's not really as gamified and nice as Twitch. But yeah, I'm big on task management and organization and system oriented stuff. I'm just a huge nerd for that type of stuff. What I really just started doing recently, like I'm surprised, like I never knew about the effectiveness of actually committing to doing time blocking. There's no link to my Twitch on YouTube? Could have sworn I have it in the description on my videos, unless for some reason it got erased when I was fiddling with something. Let me check. In the meantime, I will just post it. But thanks for the heads up. It should be there. Maybe not for the description of the live video you're watching because it came from Restream, but on my normal videos, I thought they were on the descriptions. Let me check. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's on my normal videos. The video you're probably watching right now, the live stream, it's because it comes from Restream. It doesn't use my default upload settings. Again, another reason why I'm not really big on Restream.io, but it gets the job done. After these streams are over, I unlist all of the YouTube streams because I don't like them clogging up my actual upload section. So I just archive them and unlist them. So I mean, sorry. What am I doing? Well-defined tasks negate the need for the use of the limited supply of willpower. Spaltung's toaster. That is a name. All right. Hey, thanks for the follow. Wow. Spaltung's toaster. That's a mouthful. Current semester project building a CLI task manager in Haskell. Oh, no wonder it sounds very German. It's you. That sounds really cool, actually. Haskell's been on my radar. Again, I don't have time to play around with everything under the sun, but I did like that it's purely functional. Somebody I follow on Twitter is just posted, like he's also like a big R developer, like professional R developer. And he posted like this thing about doing a sorting algorithm or something in Haskell, and the syntax is interesting. It looks interesting, but I do like functional programming. I don't really like OOP very much, but I also haven't done much with it, so I mean, I'm not really a good source of any information about that. But dang, Filippo, sure. I've actually I don't have it yet, but I was actually wanting to go through more of like the official like clinical research about it, and not like, you know, medical imbalance stuff like this neurotransmitter is dropped 30% and this milligram to this milligram. I don't care about that. More of like the, probably your type of field, the psychology aspect of things, the effects, the brain structures, things like that. Any sort of like actual research and things like that that you found interesting, I would love to hear about and read those, because it seems like a lot of my Zettelkasten is starting to revolve around, productivity, but also like ADHD, the effects on the executive function, the ability to actually be productive, social interaction, and then a lot of software stuff too. But yeah, I would definitely be interested in some of that. Trying to make them read your name and like how many of them I can actually pronounce that easily in one go. So you're in my stream procrastinating on your schoolwork. Nice. Yeah, man. If you ever want me to check it out, I would love to play with something. If you got something going on with it, by all means, yeah. If it goes somewhere, I would love to look at it. I'm not using so many anymore, as you can tell, but I still love me some CLI applications. Right on, Filippo. Thank you. Do you know how to contact me, send me stuff? Or how are you going to send me the resources? What do you mean I was quite good, Adam? I don't even have a repo yet. Only ideas and learning. That's cool. Right on. Semester started a week ago. I started my program beginning of August. It's been great. I've just been mired by having to study for a certification in general IT stuff. I now know, as I like to jokingly say very often now, I now know more about printers than I ever wanted to. I can tell you exactly what certain components of printers do now, and how to fix them, and what errors are probably caused by which components. I don't know why I needed this for my data analytics degree, but you know what? The more you know. But yeah, printers. Oh, yeah, pronouncing the name. Yeah, that email address on my GitHub, that'll work, yeah. I just want to say it again, Adam, one more time. Kernspaltungstoaster. Nice. Nuclear fission toaster. That's legit. That's nuclear fission toaster. Oh, now I get it. Atom toast. Nice. Hey Walid. I am not studying anything. I am working on my Zettelkasten. It is a note-taking system developed by a German sociologist named Nicholas Luhmann, and I am taking my literature notes that I took on this book, Simple Notes, How to Take Smart Notes, I mean, and then distilling atomic notes from that I can then file away and link to other things. Hey, easy. Small tasks out of big ones. Sometimes faster just to do them, though. Yeah, sometimes. But for me, anyways, for people with ADHD, it's often harder to take on larger tasks. For instance, if I need to, let's just say, go get my oil changed in my car, well, that's not as simple as me just going out and, you know, it might be a bad example, but like it's not as simple as me just going out and then like washing my car, because I can just go outside, grab a hose, and then wash my car at my house. That's less friction. But the more friction, the harder it is to begin, because now I need to actually plan out a block of time that I will be away and actually having to do the get the oil change task. So I'll then have to drive the car to that shop, stay there for a bit of time, pay the money, and then just deal with all of that and carve out that time. And so I might put that off and put that off and put that off for a little while. And this is a bad example because it's not really like how can you break that down into smaller pieces. But then I guess you could say in that case, well, while it's at the shop, I can just go walk over to this store and do something that I already had to do. That's like more like grouping and less on breaking it down into smaller pieces. But like the gist is, the larger the thing, the more friction it is to begin. It's harder to watch a 1 hour video on YouTube than it is to watch a 1 minute video. So things like timestamps might help you get through that video. You focus on just the pieces that you care about, or it's just easier to start watching this by jumping to something small. So like it's easier for me to say, here's a large project I need to do. Let's break it down into as many small pieces as possible. I have 5 minutes to do something. Okay, I can knock out a task that takes 5 minutes. But if you just see this giant block of work that's going to take you 6 hours and you only have 5 minutes, I am not capable of saying, all right, I'm going to do 5 minutes of work on this 6 hour long thing, or that requires a 6 hour time investment. So like I need to break it out into smaller pieces. I can then say, okay, I have this much time. I can take this piece, this piece, this piece, and maybe that piece. I'm going to work on these. All right, line them up. First this one, then this one, then this one. And I have to work that way so that, one, I can actually get some things done and make progress, but two, not overload myself with the concept of like, I have this large insurmountable project to do, and now I'm stressing out about it because I don't know how or where or when to begin, because it's just this mountain of something that I need to, summit. So by actually breaking it down, I can then take and make measurable progress, and I just can't function any other way than that. I'm too polar. Like I can't even begin a task if it's like, if I only have 3 hours left in my workday and I have a brand new project to start, I won't even start it that day. It's just like I just can't start something that big in a short or small amount of time. I'll need to start the next day or break it down into really tiny pieces. There's no other way I've found for myself to really interact with large projects or tasks other than breaking it down into atomized pieces. Thank you for your agreement. I mean, as much as I love reading research papers and taking notes, the current problem I'm having to surmount right now is that I have so many things that I've already read that I have right here in my inbox right here, I have all of these things to distill my atomic notes from and then file before I can even start to read other things that I'm wanting to read. So my current list of articles to read is getting backed up. My list of research papers right here, reading next to read, all of these that I want to read, research papers and books and shit. I got no time right now because I'm still trying to get all of my notes dissected here. So, yeah, again, I'm getting sidetracked. Well, I mean, I am streaming this, but it's half because this is probably more entertaining than me making flashcards for my CompTIA certification. And also, I might be able to actually get something done. Taking smart notes. Would I recommend it? Yes! Oh, Hungry Turtles. Or a Hungry Turtle. Hey. It took me a second. I didn't recognize the name at first. Yes. Highly recommend. I really enjoyed it. And what I need to do now is I actually need to go and look up some of the references and read some of the papers that that they recommend. There's at least 4 of them I wanted to check out. But yes, highly recommend. I enjoyed it. Okay. Notifications everywhere. Do I use Anki? Yes. Prolifically, and most likely I will be using it even more and more. I love Anki. Too little time in the world to be aware of what makes me even less likely to start anything. Yeah, I wish I had more than 24 hours in a day. I already don't sleep that much, but I still have trouble getting done everything I want to get done. Yeah, I have CompTIA, CompTIA A+ is one of my classes. Like some of the classes that I have from my university are basically just take these CompTIA certifications. Yeah. And then the other stuff is like their own or other outsourced content. But either way, yeah, the CompTIA certs are basically some of the classes I have to take. So I now know more about printers than I ever wanted to. I already did printer troubleshooting when I was in IT with my current government agency. And now I'm just, oh, great. Now I know all that I ever need to know about printers. Okay, let's see. 1 hour and 15 minutes into the stream, I have finished 1 note. Well, 2 if you count the one I wanted to link it to. Oh, okay, I guess I can't do that. Okay, great. Okay. What's my experience with cognition enhancing / stress reducing ADHD music? Found it by accident on YouTube and I find it pretty relaxing to do. I don't know about those terms specifically, cognition enhancing, stress reducing. For a lot of this stuff, I haven't read any official research on it. It's a goal, a plan, and I plan to use it and add to this Zettelkasten more of that type of stuff. But I can only really talk from only my personal experience. For music, I find it essential. Even when I was in like my younger school days, middle school, high school, listening to music while doing my homework was essential because it blocks out other noise and becomes white noise, especially if it's non-lyrical. So what I do is I listen to non-lyrical music when I'm trying to focus. So I have noise canceling headphones. I use Bose, and hands down, definitely one of the best purchases I've ever made in my life was my Bose headphones. I'll get you a link to the ones I use. But the Bose headphones are amazing. I can't hear anything when I have them on. And then I'll play like either classical music, or I'll play like lo-fi. I play a lot of lo-fi. But I find it essential to use music. There we go. That's the headphones that I use. Yeah, I listen to a lot of lo-fi and classical if I'm trying to like just focus and tune out other things. Sometimes my more like pagan folkish type music stuff, but anything that's non-lyrical. If it's lyrical, I find it more difficult to focus, especially if those lyrics are also in English. If they're not in English, it's a little bit easier because I don't understand what they're saying anyways. But yeah. Yeah, I recommend the Bose to everybody. They are hands down the best headphones I have ever used in my life. They are amazing. In fact, I need to buy my girlfriend a pair for Christmas because she keeps stealing them from me.
I am borrowing.
She says she's borrowing them.
You have your AirPods now.
Yeah, but AirPods don't have noise cancellation.
Well, that is your preference.
It's only my preference when I don't need to cancel anything out.
Yeah, so why have they sit there in its box when I can use them?
Because when I have to go back into the office after the plague of the world is over...
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, you can't hear me now because you put on my headphones? Yeah, the Bose are expensive. They are a purchase, but I looked at it as an investment. I literally wear them like when pre-pandemic, when I was in my office 5 days a week, 9 hours a day, you know, mostly. I work a weird schedule, but yeah. So basically my 40-hour work weeks, almost all of that time, I have them on. I considered it an investment because of how much use I get out of them and how useful I find it. It is an expensive purchase, but it was absolutely worth it to me. So I have much to do with our environment, not having use of power. Nice. When I was in young middle school age days, I actually read enough books at my local library and wrote enough summaries on each of those books to win an iPod for free. It was like $200 at the time. That was fun. Yeah, the thing with the volume though is if it's too loud, it also becomes distracting. So with the Bose, it's also a combination of the noise canceling because the noise canceling alone already like muffles almost all the sound coming from outside. I mean, if somebody's yelling at you and you can like, if you're an arm's length away from them, you're gonna hear them. But like, it muffles it enough that then music played at a lower and softer volume is all you really need to block out all sound, and it's not loud enough to be distracting. That's one of the reasons, again, it's the noise cancellation. Even if you don't go with Bose, noise cancellation of itself is so worth the money, at least for me. Self-control and discipline have much to do with our environment. Not having to use willpower is a good indicator that you set yourself up for success. Yeah, the noise cancellation in Bose top notch. I'm so happy I went with them. I talked to a friend of mine at our workplace, and he's big on different kinds of headphones. He like repairs them too. He says like in his like top two, I think his number 2 was Bose. I don't remember what his number 1 was, but I've always heard of Bose, so I went with them. It's great. Well-established environment. Not having to use. Yeah, try them out. Let me know how it goes. Self-control and discipline in the mature environment. Long-term goal. Yeah, they are made for active noise cancellation. Thanks, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the references in this are awesome. You can also search and pop into random notes, search for notes. But the bidirectional linking, it is awesome. Okay. The tag pane? Is it not in there already? It should be in there. When you first start Obsidian, if you've never used it before, it should be like up in here on this top menu. Okay. Hi, Thor. Do you want to make a cameo? You want to make a cameo? Come on. Ugh. Ugh. Enable the tag plugin. So you can't see the comments between platforms, but I have somebody on Twitch who just said you need to enable the tag window plugin first. So I thought that was just enabled by default. But yeah, so if that's enabled, yeah. I mean, I think when I just first started using it, it was just the installation right off the bat. It was there and available. Are you done with your cameo now? Can I have some peace and quiet? That's a no. He says no. Okay, come on, Thor. Ugh. Ugh. He's in the box. I got a cardboard box next to me. He's in there. Chilling. Ugh. Good system allows you to get everything out of your head, relieving you the burden of remembering and tracking it all. A good system allows you to get everything out of your head. Hey, thanks for the follow. A good system, getting anything. Oh, yes, the references for the GTD. GTD, getting things done. Yes. Okay, I actually need to go find that because I need to re-dissect that. Getting things done. Actually, that needs to go in inbox. Okay, let's see. Okay, what am I going to say here? A good system allows you to get everything out of your head. Yes. Badland Zog, thanks for the follow. Is it best as an idea machine? Thinking costs. Resources and has a tax on the limited number of do not forget them, is a poor usage. How am I liking the new MacBook? Cool hardware package, great industrial design. You think you might get back to some more Vim-based stuff eventually, Brew or something? Living in the GUI life now for convenience. I use Brew to install a lot of my packages, and I've installed a lot of things with it. Right now, I am loving it. Love this machine. I like doing all of my creative work on here, all of my video editing, and yeah, GUI for convenience, but also just a lot of the things that I like and the functionality I like from them require less cognitive resources to use, don't require as much tinkering and figuring out all the stuff that I don't want to have to think about. It makes my life easier right now so I can focus on the other priorities I have. Is there a system in there for calculating how much time you have available? I'm bad at that. I have lots of past data though. If you're talking about like actually capturing the amount of time you spend on tasks and things, you could use Time Warrior with Task Warrior. That's another one of the videos I have coming out soon, is my entire Task Warrior setup. Because when you start a task and then complete it, it'll actually keep track of the amount of time the task was actually active until you completed it. But beyond that, what you could also do to track time is keep a time-blocked calendar, so actually doing time blocking for your tasks, and then making sure that that calendar actually reflects the actual time you spent on those tasks. I think the Task Warrior one might be a little bit less friction if you're already on the CLI, but I'm actually getting a lot of productive usage out of time blocking, like more than I was doing with Task Warrior. So I've actually, like anybody who does task management, hopping between system, but right now I'm actually getting a lot of things done that have been on my back burner for weeks, months, done by relying on a calendar with time blocking. Yeah, I find it really useful. And just because I'm already, and she has Apple phone, iPhone, because we already have the iPhones, and because now I have a Mac, it's just like use Apple Calendar because it's already integrated across everything. It's easy just to have multiple calendars for different facets of life, just like contexts in Task Warrior, and then just layer the tasks onto my day and then schedule and move them around as possible. But like I feel like the usage of actually using time blocking versus having just a list of tasks like in Task Warrior, or even the GUI options of like, well, TUI option of VIT, or the GUI option of like in the AM or any of the other things, is that with time blocking, you're actually on a schedule. It's less like, here's my list of things to do, and more like, at this time, I am doing or working on this task. So when it's like a different perspective, is that you see the tasks laid out for you for your day, and you've already scheduled them. They are time blocked on your calendar. So for this block of time, I am doing this thing, versus here's a list of things I need to do today. So I've actually had a better response from myself when doing time blocking than just having a list of tasks where some of them might have a larger like amount of friction before I can actually begin the task, compared to just at this time I'm working on this thing. And I've had several things on my back burner that have been on there for like months, and the minute I started doing time blocking, like within a couple days, those things are done. Thor, you know what you're doing. You better stop. Yeah, time blocking. Hello, Oid. Reading more does not correlate with having more ideas. Yeah. I'm not sure why. Kels. I'm not sure why, but I can't share your post on Facebook. Yeah, even though it's public.
What do you mean? You should be able to share.
Well, with Task Warrior, anyways, you can set due dates and times. So, I mean, like, it's possible. But again, I feel like the time blocking with Task Warrior is just a higher cognitive load than relying on a more visual application. I mean, as much as I like terminal applications, and as much as, you know, a lot of people who started watching my channel earlier on, yeah, CLI is great for efficiency, but we are visual creatures. We respond better to visual input. We are better using visual input. It's just sometimes that is the more efficient path in a way. Maybe not more efficient, but it is the way we best work. We are visual creatures. Dang, Taiwan. Nice. I have my own coffee. Okay. What's the word? Outsource. Right on. Glad you enjoy the Arch, GTD, and Task Warrior content. I got another Task Warrior video coming out soon. And the video on Traversy's channel. Yeah, that was a fun collab, but I don't think that it got nearly the amount of attention the other videos got because most of his audience is really geared towards front-end web development. But it was nice to, be included and actually have something on a channel that size. A lot of the people I'm networking with on the YouTuber tech space are really awesome people. Really fun to work with. This is a great example of setting your environment up for success. Oh, my leatherwork here. Yeah, Thor is a very interesting cat. Little rambunctious goon. What time is it? 4 o'clock? Yeah, it's almost time to feed them. That's why he's acting like a maniac. Nah, not what I wanted. What am I doing? I want to actually close that, edit that. Oh, actually I do want that, and then I want that, and that. Okay. Hey, you're welcome. Okay, this is... Thank you. The motivation, partly boredom. Another aspect is I don't have a higher degree. I only have like an associate's degree, but a lot of my interests are tightly correlated with higher education. Like I really like R programming, statistical analysis, dealing with data in a professional environment and for professional purposes, actually explaining things and divining truth through actually analyzing data through statistical means. Research papers, that type of stuff. A lot of my interests are tightly interconnected with higher academia, so I also wanted to go back to actually get paper behind my name and experience so I could actually take part in those activities with some level of credibility, as well as getting that more formal training in that type of stuff. Right now, I'm doing a data analytics degree, so I already work in this field. I've been doing like data analytics type work for like 5 years now, for my local state government. I'm a I work for the man. So I have already got experience. I'm just getting like formal education in the field I already work in, and then trying to get more experience and knowledge and skills around research and the actual more academia side of things. That, and I'm actually in a place where I can, financially do that without really having to worry about it. Like, I don't need to have no job, no experience, take out student loans, and then hope to get a job later with just a degree and no experience. Like, I started off with an associate's degree that basically was paid for through grants and whatnot, and some money my mom and family saved for me, and I basically got my associates for free. Then I went to work and worked full time, got experience, really started climbing fast. I make enough money to be fine. My partner and I own a house. It's like, okay, I have the ability to take on, a debt. I've never been in debt until, now student loans, and I don't really count mortgage as debt. So yeah. Right on. Well, thanks for that. And a lot of people don't know this, but if there's some minor detail on something that you're ordering, hey, I know you don't have the color listed here, but maybe I can ask, if you want something customized in a little bit of way that's not I don't have to go out of my way to do something, just let me know. If you want something a little bit extra customized. But right on. Thanks for the support. Goal, trying to stick it to the man. Yeah, I guess I work for the man, but maybe if this whole YouTube streaming content stuff works out, maybe I won't have to one day. But until that glorious day occurs, I'm not holding my breath. Plus, I kind of like what I do, so it's not really that big of a deal to me. Reference a bowl. I kind of don't need these references here if I already actually use them in line, so I'm just going to take those out. Okay, so that one is kind of done. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right, good structure makes flow state. Got that one. Reading does not correlate with having more ideas. Got that one. Structure. Inviting more of it. People tend to impose structure on their body of content in order to reduce complexity. I actually really like that as a thought. Thanks. Yeah, I never really put a lot of stock into education or higher education, just because I prefer to actually learn by doing, learn the things I'm actually going to use, and just getting real experience. But some people, especially in public sector government, really don't respect your skills unless you have a paper that says that you went to school for that. And in some cases, some fields, that is absolutely the thing to do. You don't want to get a doctor who never went to medical school or has no like formal education. That's duh. A lawyer, an engineer that's building your bridges and stuff. Like that makes sense. But if you're like, I do computer stuff or I'm analyzing data, it's a little bit more fuzzy and gray. Like I can see like the formal statistical training. I went back to school to take a statistics class before I got my current research position that I sort of kind of maybe use a little bit of statistics in, but it wasn't like I'm doing high level advanced machine learning data modeling with big data and Hadoop clusters and giving business changing decisions stuff. So like it wasn't that big of a deal. So it's partly for that, partly for formal training, partly for just the credibility for the skills that I have acquired and taught myself over the last 5 years, because I teach myself a lot of things because I'm constantly learning something. And that stems from like trying to constantly keep my brain stimulated because I need to with ADHD. So I just always learn new things. So it partly helps with that. Did you fix it?
That's because I shared an Instagram post and it wasn't like a actual post. So I have to delete the other one.
And now I can share the new one? Yay.
I think so.
Yes. Huh?
Me too. It's a promotion thing on Instagram. Right?
What?
Promotion thing? How does promotion thing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fun?
Usually never is. On anything. I'll get to your guys' questions in a second. I just need to focus on this real quick. Promise, I'll get to your comments in just 1 second.
I don't see an app for that.
Just 1 second. I just need to finish this real quick. This needs to be. Just make your notes. Densely link them. See the emerging structure and topics. Institute mocks, maps of content, incorporate the mocks into the index. So there are springboards into areas of thought. You raise an interesting point. It's really easy to learn anything you want online these days, but your place in the social hierarchy is still dependent on formal credentials. Yes. And in many cases that makes sense. In many others, it's kind of like, are you serious? Especially with programming. Like nowadays, thankfully, the stigma of not having a computer science degree is like not even there. Sure, you have people in boot camps that get cranked out of those things and they don't really have a lot of necessary skills, but at the same time, they seem to more often than not look at what have you made, what have you done, what have you contributed to, and less on where did you go, what degree did you get, what training have you received, which is, in my opinion, a better approach, because it's like, okay, let's see what you have actually done. Like, what does your work look like? Not where did you go to school, not what training did you receive, what are you capable of making? Therefore, what are you capable of making for me if you worked for me? Which I think is a great approach. Now, if we could just get rid of whiteboarding interviews, that would be great. But I mean, I work for the government. We don't even do that crap. Like, don't even get me started there. But at least in like with programming, yeah. I mean, you can learn so much nowadays online. It's almost like you can get your own. Like, there are people who are like, here, get it your free open source degree in this subject area. It's like, if you have the discipline to teach yourself something and actually learn it, yeah. Just teach yourself. I taught myself so many useful skills I use in my daily work. It's like, I didn't need to go to school for this. People who went to school are asking me questions on how to do things that are basically, common practice or common sense or standards. Or it's like, you don't need a degree for everything. Many things, yes. A lot of times it helps. And I always defer to the more you know. But at the same time, it's not like the end-all be-all. It's not the panacea. It's not like you have to get a degree to get a good job. And yeah, I'll just stop there. Question in regards to using now OS X versus when I used Linux. How easy was it to use somewhat uncommon OS at your workplace, given you do data work? I'm guessing it wasn't too weird. I use all of the operating systems. We use Windows at work because it's the government. Like, they have such not deep, but like they have such a strong relationship with Microsoft and Microsoft contracts, just because Microsoft is so big. They have the software for office productivity. It's like the de facto standard for government agencies, for big enterprise organizations, and the software all works together. And most importantly, I think that the government considers is that Windows and Microsoft are so oriented for backward compatibility. Like, that is, like, they still support things back in like the 90s. Like, Windows backward compatibility is one of the reasons why the OS is such like a disgusting spaghetti code nightmare of just hacked together backward compatibility stuff, just because they want everything to always work. And in some places, that is why that it's just the standard for business, because it's backward compatible. You don't have to worry about a lot of that stuff breaking. Now, ultimately, I would have preferred to use maybe like an enterprise Linux distro, like Red Hat or something, but that's probably never going to happen. But yeah, we use Windows at work, and it's usually because of these like large Microsoft contracts for the entire states or the federal, whatever. I don't know about federal, but yeah. Would love to see more content on researching and writing, like your workflow in Arch for referencing academic papers and taking notes, working on document. Yeah, my workflow has changed, obviously. I'm actually working on, I need to do research on it, but like dealing with pulling out annotations from PDFs like this and working in Zotero. So being able to pull out all this stuff and then being able to easily get that into Obsidian for literature notes, and dealing with that is dealing with some like plugins and some other stuff. Basically, I have research to do on that, but I am codifying my new workflow for dealing with research papers. As for like everything else, I do have a few videos already scripted, already like ready to be filmed on the other aspects of like idea capture, information gathering, and my quote unquote GTD inboxes for that type of stuff. I got videos planned for all that stuff because this is like what I really enjoy fiddling with, making videos about. It's coming. So if you're subscribed, you'll see it eventually. Udemy. Hey, Udemy, the more you know. When I was really into Excel, I was taking every single free Udemy course on Excel that exists. Literally, I took all of them to learn every little weird hack or feature that I could possibly learn, and the result of that is that I wrote VBA code, which is that weird red-headed stepchild language that runs behind a lot of Microsoft Office applications still, and basically wrote some very simple applications that are used across the entire state of California to this day. And they're really useful. But a lot of what I learned was, by just taking a lot of courses and combining a lot of my Udemy coursework that I took and a lot of the other training I've received. I have like almost, I think, just shy of like 300 certificates or certifications or whatever. The more you know. VimWiki to Obsidian. I was using VimWiki. Obsidian is super solid though, and even though it's closed source. Yeah. Being able to easily pop over from VimWiki to Obsidian is great because the links in the default wiki syntax in VimWiki, the double brackets, work exactly like Obsidian would. I had to change stuff because my links were in Markdown, and if I wanted to originally go back to just the wiki syntax, because a lot of these like applications like Roam or Obsidian use that double bracket wiki syntax. But being able to easily convert VimWiki to this or use this on your VimWiki repo, awesome workflow, because then you could just do it with VimWiki, but then also take advantage of all the things in Obsidian. Choose. And that's one of the things that I really like about Obsidian that was a deal breaker for Roam, is that it's basically just looking at a directory full of plain text files that are on your local file system, not an external cloud-hosted service that is also a web app only. Two minor things, not a big deal because your screen isn't moving much, but the video is jumping mostly your head right now. Weird. Huh. Maybe I'm just like moving maybe I'm getting too animated and I'm moving my monitors too much. Oh, my leg's bouncing. Maybe that's it. ADHD. I do have a Discord channel. You dummy. You dummy. Nice. Oh, you want the Discord link? Okay. Give me 1 second here. I actually need to edit something. Where is... there. Give me 1 second here. I need to get the link. One brief moment, please. No limit. Never. Sharing link. Copy. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, where was I besides on the mental equivalent of the moon? Oh, laggy. Try and remove some things from the Wi-Fi. I don't think I have anything additional hooked up to Wi-Fi right now, though. Maybe I just need to... No, I don't know why. Oh, thanks. She disconnected her stuff from our Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is just horrible. I tried buying an expander. We don't get fiber optic out here. It's just... I'm limited to 50 megabits per second. It sucks. So, I'm sorry. If it's me, I'm sorry. If it's you because you live in Thailand, then I'm also sorry that you... I'm also sorry. But it's probably me, and I hate that because there's nothing I can do about it. Right on. Kansas City. It's funny you live in Kansas City. the contractor that we use for medical software is from Kansas City. What do I have to get out of the data analytics degree? The degree. And just because, like, I have a lot of interests. I jump around and flit from different interests all the time. So one thing that's really useful for me, it was just the structure and expectation of formal education. Like, all right, to pass for this degree and get it, you need to take this class. This class has these requirements. You need to learn this material. That material being, like, you know, in my case, if I didn't know Python, you need to learn Python and use it for these things. So now I have to learn Python for this purpose. Instead of just me being interested, now I'm interested in getting the degree. So to support that interest, I need to actually fulfill the obligation, which is learning Python in that hypothetical instance. So by doing that, I actually get to learn skills that I might not easily have the mental motivation to just learn on my own. A prime example is that if I can get more statistics coursework in the actual application of real applied statistics, maybe machine learning, and that type of stuff, that is, to me, for me specifically, I would find that easier to learn through formal education and expectation than just, you know, my own random curiosity and interest. Because I would ultimately want to learn more about statistics, machine learning, and actually how to do real hardcore data science, not just the more like data engineering oriented type of stuff that I do for my work. Because my work, I guess you would actually classify as more data engineering than data science. Because I'm not doing machine learning models, neural networks, or that type of stuff. But maybe I'd like to. I'm not sure if there's like hardcore math, like calculus or other whatnot, but let me check. There are some great channels, though, that if it's not explicitly offered, I have options to go to that I can actually use. And then I could always just attempt the effort that way. But it's also partly for getting this, just the paper. But let me check here. Degree plan. It doesn't look like it actually has like hardcore math classes explicitly named. No. They do have machine learning here, and it looks like it does a little bit with like regression, classification. So I'm not. They might cover like actual math topics, maybe like derivatives and that type of other stuff with calculus. I'm not sure, but ultimately, at this point, it's also just I want to get the paper. But if I need to learn the stuff on my own, that's fine. I actually have some stuff in my Obsidian vault here for statistics already. So like different, concepts here. Like let's say standard deviation. Where do I have standard deviation? There. So I can go to standard deviation, I can see the formula, it's related to the mean and the range. Here's R code to actually get standard deviation, to go to the mean, that type of stuff. I can see the network of how these terms are related to each other through the formulas, that type of stuff. Ultimately, if I need to take my own notes and learn through this method and interconnection, that's fine with me. But yeah, get there when I get there. Kansas City is a weird place, but I like it. Currently going to community college, getting a computer science degree. Hope to self-teach stuff. Right on. Yeah. If you want the degree and it helps you and you just want it, if it's just for you, just do it. Like if it works for you. Okay. Let's see. All right, I got the imposing structure. Utilizing, okay. I don't need to be perfect about this either right now because we're eventually going to do linking later for the seedlings after they go through the incubator. Simplicity of structure allows complexity of content. I like that alone as it is too. Still allowing the structure to emerge naturally. What am I currently using or working on for those who have joined late? I'm not familiar with Zettelkasten or Obsidian. Obsidian is a very flexible note-taking application that is really great for Zettelkasten. Not necessarily what you have to use it for. The notebook cover does come with the notebook. That's how I set up that listing, so it's all in one package. But the Zettelkasten system is what I'm currently doing. It was invented by a German sociologist by the name of Nicholas Luhmann, who used the system basically as an external scaffolding for thought. And by using this system, he managed, without even like a advanced degree, just by doing his own research and using this system, managed to write an insane amount of books and scholarly articles and papers that are just it's just unheard of. Like the level of productivity that this system allowed him to have. And the way it works is, there's a lot of people that decide on how you want the system to work and use. But basically what he did is he would like read and then take notes and then file these note cards into different sections, link them together. His system was all analog. And with this digital system, it's really just connecting your notes densely through links, having atomic ideas or a single unit of an idea, linking that to other different ideas, and then following that network of different links so that you can then, on a path of thought, see how different things are interconnected, and then, spur on and continued bouts of writing inspiration. So basically all of your ideas that you formulate in your own words, your own thoughts, not necessarily copy paste, so you're not plagiarizing or you're not paraphrasing. It's your own unique thoughts are all filed, are all linked, and you follow this network of linked ideas as you're writing, and it facilitates the thought process behind your writing without having to burden your own cognitive processes to do that thinking on the spot. It's all here. You follow it, you use it. It's an external scaffolding for thought as you are writing, as you are thinking, and it's something that's really attractive to me. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with it eventually. I do want to eventually write my own papers and be published and maybe write more, and I struggle with writing, but this should hopefully help make that easier. And it's also just your own personal knowledge management system. Build a second brain, or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of things you can use Zettelkasten for, but that's it. A lot of the really great meaty information about it is in this book, How to Take Smart Notes. This came out in 2017, and it was a really great overview on that system. It doesn't really talk about how you can implement it like digitally as much, but I have a video I plan to put out about how exactly how Nicholas Luhmann did it is not necessarily how we have to do it anymore because of the tools and technology we have at our fingertips, like Obsidian or things like Rome or Zettler or whatever, is that we have better tools in a way, because we could also over-engineer it and spend too much time thinking about the structure and the process instead of actually getting the work done, which is something that I'm struggling with, which is finally why now I'm actually getting some work done on this. But it's a great system, and Obsidian is just awesomely configurable, flexible, and I'm really happy with all this. I got a lot of videos I got planned to come out on all of this stuff because I'm really deep into this rabbit hole right now. It's not as advanced as Notion, I think, in a way. Like Notion has things like interlinked databases and other stuff like that. This has a lot of functionality, but it's not meant to replace Notion or have all of Notion's functionality. None of these apps are meant to be complete complete overlaps of each other. How did I learn about it? And how do I learn to use it? How did I learn about it? I want to say, you guys have probably already seen on YouTube Ali Abdaal. I've been following him and a lot of the other people that are all big Rome research fanatics, and I was looking at Rome research, and across that I stumbled upon, I think it was another very small YouTuber, Notes with Ren, and she talks about how she was using Obsidian for some of her notes. And then looking at Obsidian, I started falling down the YouTube algorithm rabbit hole and ended up looking at people who were talking about Zettelkasten. And then I started getting into the Discord server for Obsidian and their forums, and it shot off from there. People are always talking about personal knowledge management, Zettelkasten, and then this type of stuff in there. So I just did a lot of lurking, did a lot of reading, and just researched it a little bit, and then now I'm using it. And as for how am I using it, or how did I learn to use it, the aforementioned for how to learn to use it. But as for how I'm actually using the system, I got a video coming out for that sometime soon. Another external scaffolding sounds like GTD for writing research papers. Yeah, basically, in a way, kind of. GTD in of itself is an external scaffolding for your task management. Zettelkasten is more of an external scaffolding for facilitating thinking. Like if I'm writing a paper and I have writer's block, well, now I need to think about this. Or really, one of the great examples that I really liked from this book was that instead of being like, I want to write a paper about this topic, okay, now I need to go and look for literature to support my topic and my idea for that topic or that paper. Instead, what you do is you look at your Zettelkasten, you start looking around, you see some ideas, you start thinking and reviewing your thoughts and ideas that you've already written down and densely linked. And you look at this, and then ideas come to you. Your brain is meant for having ideas, not necessarily for storing and remembering and managing all your tasks. So by letting these ideas and letting your brain just focus on making ideas and letting all of your ideas be a part of your Zettelkasten and referring back to it and letting this be your thinking scaffolding outside of your brain, you reserve all your cognitive resources for that spontaneous idea production. And then you might say, oh, this idea, I want to write about this idea. And in that case, now you can follow all of your nested links for all of your ideas, and you have all of this information and thought already put into all of the ideas that are connected together for the paper that you're now going to write. Instead of starting from top down, you're going bottom up. And one other really useful facet of that was also talked about in the How to Take Smart Notes book was that this is also an effective strategy for negating confirmation bias and basically the creation of your own personal echo chamber. So what we tend to do is humans by nature will naturally reinforce our own echo chambers. We surround ourselves with people who share our opinions. We live in places that we want to live in with people like us. We like to see people like us, people who have the same thoughts as us, who have the same religion, who have the same culture, who have the same appearance as us. That is, human nature. And this doesn't really work well in science or places where you need to be more objective. And so by starting from the bottom up when it comes to writing like this, instead of looking for confirmation bias for your writing topic by saying, hey, I want to write about this, now I'm going to go look for the literature, you start with your idea that you're trying to support, and maybe you might not find all of the resources, or you might find conflicting ideas, and then have some sort of confirmation bias leak in there. Instead of saying, I'm just going to review all this stuff. I'm going to take literature notes. I'm going to synthesize that into atomic ideas. And because all these ideas are now linked and they are my own unique thoughts, you don't have to worry about plagiarism or paraphrasing at that point. But you also have the links to the original literature. But you're reviewing literature from all different points of view, conflicting or not. So you start from a point that is more likely to be farther away from enforcing confirmation bias than if you started out with a topic in mind and then searching for literature around it. And this doesn't mean you can't be assigned you need to write a paper on this. No, I can't do that. I need to refer to my Zettelkasten. No, it's you need to write a paper about this. Okay, what are the ideas that I already have around this paper in my Zettelkasten? Where am I going to be led around that? How am I going to write this paper? And less about I need to go search for the literature after the fact of choosing your writing idea. It's you review the literature first, put all this stuff in here, and then start your writing. At least that's how I'm interpreting a lot of this stuff, and it just seems to make sense. A video about it. I'm doing videos about all this stuff. As you can tell, I'm really into it right now. I have a lot of videos scripted and already planned, so yeah. Getting into data science. Right on. Me too. I am trying to get more into the actual, doing things from an academic perspective, being, how would you say, systematic about my approach about a lot of this stuff. I want to do legitimate research, write papers, do real data science with statistics, machine learning, whatever, all that stuff. I want to do it officially, so we're in the same boat. By the way, as much as I like digital stuff, I just got this really nice new fountain pen for $15. I love fountain pens. It's matte black, knurling, solid metal. It's awesome. Using personal wiki, Zettelkasten for managing an interlinked body of content. The approach of not assigning a strict organizational hierarchy in the body of content instead of allowing... Yes? He's complaining. Natural hierarchy allows for organic growth of the body of work and less initial friction to just getting started. You need to make something fit into... I need to make something fit into existing structure instead. Oh, sorry, I didn't get to that question. But yeah, it's Sonke Arens. At least I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm really bad about my German pronunciation. If you want a link to the book, let me go get that for you. Here's a link to the book. Highly recommend. It's not a very expensive buy, and it was an amazing read. It's like, I think about 140 pages of content, but it's awesome. And the whole book was actually written by them using their Zettelkasten. So this is like an example of a work that was written with the use of one. It's great. This just flowed to me and I wrote it. I think it was really cool. A more bottom-up approach to organization. The human brain isn't a square, so our organizational approach to this second brain cannot feasibly be just as linear as a square. Okay. Allows for complexity of content. Yes. Okay, so that's good. Very meta. Yeah, the website's down. I migrated from my own self-hosting on GitHub and just doing all the code myself to using like Squarespace. Yeah, and even as much as they're like constantly touted through sponsorships, I really did like what Squarespace offers. I just have not gotten around to finishing it. I do plan to hopefully flesh out a draft of the site that's going to be up and available probably in the next week and a half. I have a week off for my birthday later on this month, and then I will be taking that week to just really get a lot done for this whole like digital stuff, which is my website, my researching all the things on how to do streaming better. So yeah, it's being reworked right now, but it is hopefully going to be up soon. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Huh. Okay. What am I doing? Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I do have a lot going on. I'm trying to balance growing YouTube and the digital stuff with running my leather business, which granted is not that much work because I don't really push it a lot to make more with the leather business. So that's not too much of a burden on my time. But I am going to school full time, I am working full time, and I have pets to take care of, dealing with everything during the pandemic. So I am actively aware that this is the ideal environment for causing burnout, so I'm trying to be careful about it, but thanks for the concern. I'm trying to be more balanced. And I'm stressing myself out less and burning out. I think I'm avoiding burnout more by actually getting more done and being less stressed about not getting enough done because I'm actually on my medication again. So it's actually helping me actually get stuff done, but without stressing myself out about not getting enough done, if that makes sense. But I am trying to avoid burnout. And my girlfriend is a great sounding board for when I'm being a little too crazy. Oh, it might not. Try replacing the periods, the dots, with just the text dot. Sometimes that's usually what people do to get around posting URLs. I'm not sure why it's not, but I don't think it's a setting I set. But try just posting it that way. And for everybody who's on, like, it's mostly, looks like YouTube viewers here, I do ultimately plan to move all of my streaming to Twitch, like solely to Twitch in the long term. So if you guys would follow over there, if you guys are on Twitch, that way you guys won't miss when I stream ultimately in the future. But I also have a Discord server, so if you guys pop into there, it posts whenever I'm live or whenever I post any new things, tweets, videos, whatever. So I've never tried Adderall. I've always been on Concerta and then Ritalin. But we'll see. I don't know how anything else would affect me, but believe me, I feel ya. I feel ya. ADHD is real. Only by trusting your system and believing that everything will be taken care of, allow you to focus on the task at hand. That's very supportive of GTD. That we feel in control. Right on. There's the Twitch link. What's the Discord? Easy. I have not been in the Slack in a long time. Like I decided to quit Slack because it seems more business-like and there's more people and they seem to interact more and better on Discord. And after messing with the Discord bots and doing stuff like that, the only thing I prefer about Slack than Discord is the nested conversations. Beyond that, I'm 100%, I'm sold on Discord. But here's that link too. Adderall's like coffee on steroids. You know, when I was getting evaluated to restart my medication, the psychiatrist was like, do you drink coffee or ingest any stimulants? And I'm like, well, the way I drink coffee, and I think her eyes got like a little wide when I told her like the amount of coffee I drink. But it's like, if you guys have heard of Death Wish coffee, I drink that, and it's like 3 times as strong as the strongest Starbucks coffee or something like that. But basically, the amount of Death Wish coffee that I drink is like 1,200 milligrams of caffeine, which is insane. And then, on top of that, I put in 2 shots of espresso. Of the strongest espresso that I can find. Her eyes got a little wide after that. And I drink it black. I don't like creamer or anything in my coffee like that. If it's not that specific coffee, I usually put like creamer or
A lot.
that's when I usually go a little bit crazy and put way too much creamer. Very polar. Personality is very polar if you couldn't tell by now. Do. Ta-da! All right, even hard work can be fun if it is aligned with our intrinsic goals. This comment is amazing.
What?
That's a lot of caffeine. Don't die, please. I like your content. Please rest easy. I have not been actively drinking that much coffee, especially since I started my medication. I haven't been drinking my coffee like that, mostly like since the pandemic started. It was like mostly also a habit of like, I'm going to work, make the coffee, bring it to work in a thermos. I've been out of that routine, so I actually have not been drinking that coffee like that since...
Drinking my weak coffee.
Yeah, since the pandemic started. I've been drinking my girlfriend's weak coffee with a lot of sugar in it, which isn't much better, but, you know, it's probably not going to give me heart palpitations. But especially since I started my medication, I don't really feel the need for a lot of additional stimulation, like stimulants. So hopefully I live long enough to continue to provide you top quality content. Believe me, I don't want to stop either. I love making videos and talking about this stuff. Yeah, coffee is delicious. Hey, talk us through the obsidian window a bit. What do you mean? Do you want me to like say like what I have on the panes and what? Or what are you looking for? Hard work can be fun. Like the elements of the window, the panels, Obsidian is a great programmability to organize markdown notes. It does a lot more than that, though. It does. I mean, if you just want to know like what the panels are, this one shows you all of the tags that you have throughout your entire vault. Vault is what they just call like the entire recursive, all the files in the vault directory. These are the panes for the notes. I have a certain color theme installed, but I also have some custom CSS put in there to make for like this, way of looking at multiple pages. This is called like Andy mode. After I think it's Andy Matashak, or however you pronounce this. But the way Andy's notes are on this website of his, where are his notes? Evergreen. Huh. Forget where his notes are. Evergreen notes. There we go. So like looking through his evergreen notes, you can like click on these notes. It opens up a pane. This pane opens up the next pane, so on, and then you can continue to go through all these different notes, and they collapse over here. It's like this is the mode I have, so that I can easily look at a bunch of different stuff and follow that path of thought, and then backtrack when I want to go down a different thought tree. And then I have like, this is just like the directories and then the notes within those directories. These are some of the plugin buttons. I have certain plugins activated, like my graph view, daily notes, templates. I can put in audio recordings, sorting, searching, my starred pages, links. This is where you get your linked mentions, unlinked mentions for your backlinks. The structure, if you have like markdown headings, it'll actually display the document structure there. This is a specific note that I leave pinned here. This is just like my scratch pad if I want to put something there to get out of my head and get back to my focus task. My local graph, not my global graph. This shows you the graph of the interconnected things for my currently active note. And then if I want to see like my global note or my global graph, I could do this, page, and then global graph. So this is like my global graph of all of my notes and how they're all connected. And that. I'm going to do a video on an absolutely comprehensive step-by-step overview, but to be honest, it's a lot. It's a complex system. I'm not really going to go over it in excruciating detail on this stream, but it is a lot. Yeah, the notes in Vim definitely was great for focus. That's why I was doing it a lot originally. But I think for me anyways, the benefits of using this, I really, really like Obsidian. But I mean, a lot of what I use it for, you could also just be doing in VimWiki, to be honest. It doesn't have the graph view, which is one of the things I like, is that if you're following a train of thought, you can, follow the links, but you can also look at the graph view and then say, hey, I want to see like the second degree of connection, the third degree of connection, and it'll show you all these different links, and then you can follow the graphical network graph of linked pages through your thought process instead of just the actual hard listed links. That's one of the things I like about it too. Yeah, I really like Obsidian, but VimWiki could also do this too in a lot of ways. Medical student notes in Vim. Please tell me who that is. I love the people in the medical field who actually use Vim. Nixcasts is one of my favorite Vim bash users. I really like his videos, but he doesn't post too much, probably because he's too busy being a doctor. What's the word? Oh, impairment. Tags. Oh, yes. Are you gonna let her back inside? Motivation. I should actually just list flow state. We'll define tasks. Willpower, report, executive function, and then HD hyperfocus. That one is the one that has. Yeah, okay. One of the things I found to be super helpful in terms of increasing work output was taking half an hour every day and practicing my typing. Right on. I actually took a typing test before I got my first government job, and I think I was at 59 words per minute just right off the bat. I do not type the way they teach you to type, though, where you have your fingers on the keyboards in the home row in the specific position and you move like that. I don't actually type like that. I know where the keys are and I just type. But I type pretty quickly. Success is not the result of strong willpower and the ability to overcome resistance, but rather the result of smart working environments. I already covered that. Lumen, follow the process of notes first and let the mocks emerge naturally. Yep, I got that. Writing is easier with the notes providing the framework of thought, but to create the notes themselves, you need to do the real work of understanding. Oh, that's just like the representation of my arrow. So what was that one of the... is it scaffolding? Go ahead, Sue. May I ask when the next video you plan on releasing is? I plan to, for sure, be posting new videos every Monday. I already have the next 2 weeks already done, uploaded, scheduled for the next 2 Mondays. And then I have a huge batch of new video scripts that I've already written, I already got planned, that I'm going to be filming soon, and then I'll be queued up for another long period of time. Doing the queuing like this also really helps me keep from being burned out, because I just film a bunch, get them up, and then I can not stress about actually having to do something consistently every single week. I just front load a lot of the work, and then I'm scheduled out for a while, and I can focus on other things like my schoolwork or work or whatever. But Monday, the next video will be posted. Mine relies on external scaffolding for ideas and thoughts to write. Why am I using OS X? There are many reasons. I made a whole video about it. Some of the main reasons were to do all of my creative work, like video editing, on the professional software, to have a beast of a machine that can actually render that video, like through Final Cut Pro, to do gaming on a Windows partition, and macOS is one of the OSs that's actually supported by my school for the remote proctoring. Windows is the only other one, and I don't like Windows. And I want to be able to use the command line in my work, and I don't know, I've used WSL and Git Bash, but I'm not a big fan. I don't like Windows. So I wanted to keep to a Unix-like system, and macOS is it. Plus, I also now have a Mac machine I can test Bash scripts on, and I like it. I like it. It integrates well with all the other iPhone, AirPod, all the other stuff I have. I like it. Obsidian and Arch, I don't know. I haven't put it on my Arch build, but they do have support for Linux. It might be in the Arch repository. Let me check. Probably is. Yep. Yeah. Obsidian is in the Arch repository, so you can grab it there if you want. See you later, First Last. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Okay, where am I going? What am I doing? I always aim for critical mass, which depends on quality of notes. Lumen. Read literature and notes. Hear research writing and pick a topic. Feedback loop. Confirmation bias prevents confirmation bias and prevents and provides a shorter iterative okay. Hmm. Okay. Topics I'd like to research. At this point, I'm not really trying too hard to move in any specific directions. I'm kind of just finding which areas I like and just exploring, putting in roots, and just putting stuff into this Zettelkasten. And a lot of the areas that I'm interested in, that I seem to be getting a lot of like research and materials, papers on, are data science, specifically using R. I have a little bit about like Viking Age bone and leatherwork, but that's more related to my interests for my Renaissance Fair stuff. But I am also interested in literature about ADHD, as it's like personally, I have a personal stake in that. And then just kind of like seeing like what interests me. I haven't gotten enough time to really go through all of this material, which I want to get through first before expanding and exploring other different fields and completely unrelated topics. But I'll get there when I get there. But who knows where all these different interests might overlap and coincide inside the Zettelkasten, and therefore result in a paper or, piece, a thought-provoking piece or something. Exactly. Read broadly and connect ideas. You getting hungry? I'm already past my original time that I was thinking about going.
I'm shopping.
Oh, perfect. By all means.
Or getting ready to shop.
Fair enough. I wish I could do more of that right now. I want to get that touchpad thing. Can't afford it right now, though.
I'm gonna buy this dining table. $500.
I mean, I did just commit to $5,000 for this machine, so I mean, am I really one to judge there for a $500 coffee table?
No, dining table.
Dining table, I mean. Zettelkasten, yeah. The ideas and the connecting of ideas in this system is like one of the most attractive features. I really am just fascinated by this stuff. That needs to go there, and then there. That's appropriately used. Thought. Oh, okay, that was why I messed it up. Is your uni a research uni? I think you can work for one of the professors there and help with their research. No. So that's one of the downsides of the university I picked, is that it's completely online and more focused on just getting you like the papers and trained. So I'm hoping to like leverage the fact that I have paper and just my own interest and self-taught experience and just using this type of stuff to then, lateral my way into something down the line, maybe, or just using these skills in my professional work. But I'm not willing to commit to like traditional universities, the costs and the logistics of dealing with them, like having to go and drive to a physical place and then having to foot the costs of these traditional universities. In the end, even if I don't actually do anything super official with any of this stuff, it's also just for me and what I enjoy and what I want to do, which is really, I think, how Nicholas Luhmann approached it himself, is that he wasn't like working in a university. The dude like worked in a bank or something and just read papers, did his Zettelkasten, wrote papers, and then like they were like, please teach here. And they gave him like a PhD and like position, just whatever. And he like wrote his like doctoral thesis and something else, like two of these bodies of work in a year. Like not the 4 whatever years it takes to write a PhD, but a year. So who knows where it'll actually be headed. But in any case, it's also just personally satisfying. Yeah. Ultimately, people will spend the most time, like just like the note I wrote here. Where is it? This one. Even hard work can be fun if it is aligned with our intrinsic goals and we feel in control. And like the whole point of that is you're going to spend so much time on the things that you actually find personally satisfying, interesting, especially if you get to guide it yourself and do it, which is one thing. Like On one half, I feel like a PhD would be fun for me because I'm being paid to do what I would do for free, which is research and have fun and guide the direction of my own research and do this stuff. On the other hand, I'm like, I'm ADHD, and without the imposed structure of, you know, accountability in that formal setting, that I would spin my wheels for a lot longer than I should in that whole thing. But that's a completely separate issue. But in the end, yeah, I'm doing this for myself. Anything else outside of it that occurs is just icing on the cake of my enjoyment of doing this. Fresh in the roast to getting started. That's a good inline one. I can keep that. Hey, N Pillar. Right on. Next action on your Read All Books in Reading List project. I have so many reading list projects. I have a stack of books on my bookshelf I want to read that are like nonfiction and other things. I have my long-standing project of rereading all the fiction I read growing up. And then I have all the research papers I want to read and implement into this system. And then there's the whole fact that I need to actually put stuff into this system to get it out of my, inbox here. So, how's it going? Not fast enough. How have I been keeping up with GTD? How have I been keeping up? My system changes. Like, it's already changed from when I wrote that, when I made that video. Like, this stuff always evolves to be better. Discard what doesn't work and keep what does. What's working right now for me is anything I want to read. I used to just rely on the Newsboat command line RSS feed reader, but it's not able to handle as much of the subscriptions that I had. So when it comes to like the things I want to read, I have a new RSS reader, but when I find something I want to read, I don't just read it right there. I want to read it and then actually take notes and implement into Zettelkasten. So I take all those things, I open them in the browser, I use raindrop.io to store all of those things in an inbox there. I read that stuff, and then when I finish reading it, if I want to actually incorporate it into Zettelkasten, I will then take my notes and then actually implement them. If not, then I just discard it. And once implemented, I then file those things away. I'm making videos about all this too, all this stuff. Honestly, I have it all scripted. It's all coming. It's all coming. But as for what I'm doing to actually get my task management done, because I'm on Mac, iPhone, all that stuff, I actually use Siri to remind myself with reminders. Like I just say like, hey, remind me in an hour to do this thing. And it's been amazing doing that. It's just, I get the thing out of my head. It's even set for the time. I don't have to manually type anything. It's beautiful. But then actually for my tasks, so I don't just sit on a list of things that I need to get done and actually do them, I'm using time blocking on my calendar, and instead of like using a calendar just for like events or meetings, I'm actually scheduling my tasks in my work and saying, hey, from this time to this time, you're working on this task. And so mentally it's just like, hey, this isn't just a block of time to do something. This is for that time. I am working on that thing. And it's been massively helpful for me. I've gotten things done in the last week that I've been sitting on for months. It's insane. I don't know why I didn't start doing it before. But yeah, GTD, legit. Oh, if you were going to stop what you were doing right now and pick up a book or paper, which one would it be? Ah, good question. I just read those. Damn. You coming at me with the hard questions. Shit, what would I read? Honestly, if I was going to pick up the next thing I could do if I was actually in the right headspace to sit down and read a paper again, I would probably pick up Tidy Data again. Like, I've read this paper twice already. It's like 20 pages, and I've read the damn thing twice. And I took notes on it. As you can see, barely any, because I didn't do this when I was already introduced to Zettelkasten and the idea of actually doing smart notes. So I would reread it a third time and try to actually get good like atomic notes out of that around data science related stuff. So I guess that's what I would do. I don't know. Time blocking too. Did a setup with energy levels, getting the most important stuff done in the morning block, and I feel more energetic. For real, yeah. The morning block is when I am also most productive. It is. Yeah, I try to front load my day and my work as much as possible. Front load it as early as possible. It is so useful. Author of Tidy Data is Hadley Wickham. He's big in the R programming world. Works at RStudio. I think he's the chief data scientist. Yeah, absolutely amazing. I love Hadley. He does a lot of great stuff. Lee, thanks for the follow. what am I thinking? Oh yeah, silence in the mornings. You just gotta love like a nice quiet morning cup of coffee and the mindset that you're ready to get work done with a fresh, a fresh batch of cognitive resources to apply. What's the first book you'd reread on your fiction from childhood list? The very next book that I would pick is actually one that I need to buy. I'm finishing a 10-book series called The Edge Chronicles. It's a really good series. I really like the world they created there. Completely lovely fiction. I have all 9 books except the 10th. And I've read the last two, 8 and 9, last weekend. So I actually need to read the last one because I want to finish and cap that series off. Conjectural Beacon, thanks for the follow. The Edge Chronicles, Book 10. The Immortals, yes. Here it is. If it'll let me bring my damn window. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this one. This is what I need to get. But this book series is awesome. Like, I read a lot, like I said, I'm trying to reread all the fiction I read growing up, so a lot of it is like young adult fiction, but the stories are just so good. Like, even still, I still appreciate the good stories. This is definitely a great series. It's 10 books, and I think there's more of them that were written after the fact that I haven't read that are in that universe, and I already bought those too. Like, these are great. Oh, thanks, Easy. Didn't realize that was you. Yeah, I need to buy that, actually. I'll probably do that later tonight. What was I doing? Beginners lacking experience to confidently to correctly judge a situation, fall back on the framework of values they were taught. There we go. Oh, Vault of the Instrument. law of the instrument. Okay. I'm on Twitch right now too. Yes, I'm using Restream.io, so I'm actually streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook all at once. Ultimately, though, when I can make Twitch affiliate, I will be streaming exclusively on Twitch. The whole point is that right now I don't have enough to meet on Twitch, so I'm also just wanting to actually run a good stream. So having people from all the different platforms means I might actually have somebody in here versus just one platform where I only might have one or a couple people. Hi, Taiwan. Nice name. Nice. Thanks for the follow, N Pillar. That name, though. Cognitive bias. So I'm just going to call this part of psych. Links, references. The reference is to yeah. Oh, it's strange. Huh. I guess it doesn't like the angle brackets anymore. It used to. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay. Actually, I think that's a pretty succinct idea for that, so I think I might leave it at that. Tags for... I'm just going to say it, learning. And then habits. Oh, let's call it habits. All right, and then let's see. Decision making is wearying and takes resources from other domains of life. Yes, indeed. Choosing close to where food to eat, reducing choices or making them easier. Winds up taking less cognitive resources. Reducing choices or making them easier. I already covered that in the other note. Decision making is wearying and takes resources from other domains of life. Right on. Have a good day. Decision making. No, that was not that one. It was task. Well-defined tasks. Negate the need for the use of that. Yes, that one. And then awesome. Yep, more content coming. Trust me. I got so much I want to put out and talk about. It's coming. It's coming. You're not sure you want to do. Tags, I'm gonna do psychology, ADHD, mental health. No, not that one. Taking a look at your YouTube channel, I feel like diving into the academic resources and citation managers video. Right on. Yeah, do it. It's I talk a little bit about Mendeley, Jabref, and Zotero. I personally use Zotero. I've used Mendeley before. I really prefer Zotero. It's free and open source. It has a lot of extensible plugins, and I really like it. A lot of people I know who are like higher level academics all use it. It's pretty awesome. Catch you later. Yeah, Zotero is definitely the way to go. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I think I'm going to call it a night.